Welcome to Dream and Sleep Stories. Take a deep breath, relax and listen to our story tonight. The Nordic Gods Part 3. Subscribe to our channel to let the peaceful images and soothing sounds accompany you into a deep sleep. This episode picks up where the last one left off. Frey was the twin brother of Freya and the most powerful god of the Vanir. He was good-looking, well-bred, courageous, adept at combat and passionate about love. But there was something missing from his seemingly perfect life, and he himself didn't know what it was. The people of Midgard held Frey in high regard. They thought he was the one who created the 4 seasons. Frey makes the earth fruitful and allows life to grow from the lifeless earth. People worship and love Frey, but this doesn't fill the void in his heart. Frey has a lot of treasures, including a magical sword called the Sword of Victory. The best thing about it is that it can compare itself to other swords, but this isn't enough for Frey. He also had the golden boar Grimbold, which the dwarf Beulok and his brother Diri had made. Grimbold was Freyr's chariot, which could race across the sky and sea and was faster than the fastest horse. Its golden bristles shone in the dark, and its light could show you your surroundings, even in the darkest night. But Grimbold wasn't enough to satisfy Frey. He also had the magical treasure ship Skidbiladmer, which was built for him by Ivaldi's third son. It wasn't the biggest ship in the world. That would be the ship of the dead, Naglfar, built from the fingernails of the dead. But it could hold all the Osgod. When the treasure ship raised its sails, the wind would always follow its direction, allowing you to reach any destination. Despite being the second largest ship in the world, big enough to hold all the Asgardian gods, Frey can fold it up like a piece of cloth and put it in his pocket with ease. It's the best ship there is. But Frey wasn't content with the magical treasure ship. He also has the most luxurious palace outside Asgard. This is Alfheim, home to the elves and the light elves in particular. He's the top dog here. There's no more mysterious place in the world and the land of the elves. But he's still not satisfied. Frey's right-hand man is the light elf Kerner. He's the best of all the attendants, quick-witted and good-looking. Frey told Skirnir to get his golden boar and chariot ready, and they set off for Asgard. When they got to Asgard, they went to Valhalla, which is the Hall of the Heroes. Odin's Hall of Heroes was home to the Valkyrs, the warriors who had died heroically in battle since the beginning of time. The Valkyrs carried the spirits off the battlefield. Valkyrs were chosen by Odin to connect the spirits of those who died gloriously in battle and led them to their eternal reward. Skirnir hadn't been there before and said, "That's a lot." "Yes," said Frey, "and there'll be more. We'll need more to beat the wolf." They went into the Hall of Valor and heard the sound of swords clashing. They stopped to watch the toughest warriors from all over the country, young and old, in full battle gear, fighting with gusto against worthy opponent. Before long, the losers were lying on the grass. "That's enough for today," a voice shouted. "Let's wrap up the fighting." As soon as this voice was heard, the warriors who were still standing helped the ones who had been knocked to the ground to their feet. Frey and Sigurd looked on as their wounds healed right in front of them, and they mounted their horses. All the warriors who had fought, whether they had won or lost, rode back to Valhalla, the Hall of the Slain, where the spirits of the dead dwell. Valhalla is a huge hall. Valhalla has 540 doors, each of which can accommodate 800 warriors. It's hard to imagine just how big it is. Once they're inside the hall, the feast gets underway and the warriors start shouting with excitement. They ladle wild boar from a huge cauldron with long spoons and tuck in. This is an undead wild boar called Sharnir. Every night they feast on its flesh, and every morning the giant monster comes back to life. It waits for nightfall, when it will offer itself up, neck out, so that the spirits of the valiant dead can enjoy its life and its flesh once more. No matter how many warriors come to the feast, there's always enough meat for everyone. There was also mead served. "There's plenty of mead for all these warriors," said Skirnir. "Where does the mead come from?" It comes from the honey-milking Gokhydron, Frey told him. She's perched on top of Valhalla, munching on the leaves of a tree called Elfaracer, which is a branch of the world tree Yggdrasil. The mead is as pure as it gets, no matter how many people are involved. There's always enough mead for everyone. They made their way over to the high table where Odin was sitting. Odin had a bowl of meat in front of him, but he didn't eat it. Sometimes he used a knife to spear a piece of meat and throw it to the ground for his wolves, Chili and Freki, to eat. Odin had two ravens perched on his shoulders, and he would also share the meat with them. They would whisper messages from afar into his ear. He's not eating, SN said quietly. He doesn't need to eat, Frey said. He drinks as well. He only needs wine, nothing else. Let's go. We should head out. What are we doing here? Skirnir inquired. They exited Valhalla through one of the 540 doors. I want to make sure that Odin is with the warriors in Valhalla, but in his own hall, sitting on the high throne, looking out over everything in the world. They went back to the shrine where Odin was worshipped. I'll just pop back, said Frey. Frey went into Odin's hall on his own and climbed up to the highest throne. This was Odin's vantage point, where he could see the 9 worlds. Frey took a look around at the 9 worlds. He looked south, he looked east, he looked west, but he couldn't see what he was looking for. Then he looked north and saw what he was missing out on. When Frey came out of the great hall, Skirnir was waiting for him outside the door. Skirnir had never seen Frey like this before, and it worried him. They left without saying anything. Frey went back to his father's great hall in the chariot of Gombort, the golden-maned wild boar. When he arrived, Frey didn't speak to anyone, not even his father Njord, or his stepmother Skadi. Njord was in charge of navigation, and was the patron of all seafarers. Skadi was a Jontesan goddess of the mountain. He went into his room looking pretty upset and stayed there, not going anywhere. On the 3rd day, Njord called on Skirnir. Frey has been there for 3 days and 3 nights. And in that time he hasn't drunk any water or eaten anything, Njord told us. That's right, said Skirnir. What have we done to make him so angry? Asked Njord. My son was always kind and friendly, always had something nice to say. But now he just stares at us with hatred. What have we done to make him hate us so much? I'm not sure, answered Skirnir. Then you should go to him and ask him what's wrong, and why he's so angry he won't speak to us, said Njord. I don't want to, but I can't disobey your orders, your highness. He's in a strange, dark mood, and I'm too afraid to ask him, not knowing what he might do if I did. Go and ask him, said Njord, and do what you can for your boss. He's your boss. So SKJ and Beer, the light elf, went to see Frey, who was standing by the sea at the time, looking out to sea. Frey's expression was unreadable, and SKJ was reluctant to approach. Frey? SKJ called out to Frey. Frey didn't reply. Frey? What's the situation here? Are you upset or frustrated? I bet something must have happened. I'd really like to know what's going on. I'm being punished. Frey replied, his voice sounding distant and flat. I sat on the sacred throne of the Father of Gods and looked out at the world from there. I was so arrogant that I thought I had the right to look out from the highest throne. My arrogance cost me my happiness forever. I've paid for my mistakes, and I'm still paying the price. Your Highness, Skeen inquired, what did you see? Frey fell silent again, and Skeen thought he'd fallen into that troubling silence once more. But then, after a moment, he spoke up again, and looked north and saw a house. It was a magnificent building. Then I saw a woman walking towards the house. I've never seen a woman like her. There's no one quite like her. Nobody has her gestures or movements. She raised her hand to unlock the door of the house, and the light shone down her arm, as if it were illuminating the air and lighting up the sea. Her presence made the whole world brighter. Then I turned away and, For just a moment, I couldn't find her. My world went dark and empty again, without hope. Who is she? Skirnir inquired. She's a giantess. Her dad is Garmir, who's a land giant, and her mum is Aelpitod, who's a mountain giant. Does she have a name? Her name is Gud. Frey fell silent once again. Skirnir said, "Your father is concerned about you. We're all concerned. Is there anything I can do to help? If you can help me to win her over, I'll pay you whatever you ask. I can't live without her. Bring her back to me as your wife, regardless of whether her father agrees. I'll make sure you're well rewarded." "Your request is a big ask, Your Highness," said Skirnir. "I'll give you whatever you want." Frey was really excited, and even trembling a little. Skirnir nodded. "I'll get the job done, Your Highness." He took a moment to think. "May I see your sword of victory?" Frey called his sword out and held it up for Skirnir to take a look at. It's a one of a kind, amazing sword. It can hold its own against other swords and doesn't need to be held by someone. It'll protect you forever. No other sword, no matter how sharp, can get through its defense. According to legend, this sword can even defeat the flames of the demon city you are. Skirnir gave a shrug. "It's a good sword, actually. If you want me to bring you gold, then use this sword as payment." Frey gave a nod of approval. He gave Skirnir his sword and a horse for the journey. Skirnir headed north until he reached Germir's house. He paid them a visit and told them who he was and who had sent him. He had a chat with the lovely Gudrive about his boss Frey. He said, "He's the most radiant of all the gods. He's in charge of the weather and the sun. He provides the people of Midgard with plenty of food, a good harvest, as well as peace and happy days. He makes sure that people are prosperous. Everyone loves and worships him." He told Gode about Frey's looks and strength. He also mentioned Frey's wisdom. And finally, he told her about Frey's love for her. He was smitten, and it was love at first sight. He didn't eat, sleep, speak, or drink. He just waited for her to agree to become his bride. Gudrun smiled slightly, her eyes full of joy. "Tell him I've agreed," she said. "In 9 days, I'll be waiting for him on the Isle of Barry to become his bride. Tell him I said he should go back." Skeen went back to Njord's Great Hall. Before he could get off his horse, Frey was there, looking paler than when Skeen had left him. He seemed impatient. "What's the latest?" he asked. "I don't know whether to be happy or sad. In 9 days' time, she'll be your wife on the Isle of Barry," said Skirnir. Frey looked at his servant, who was smiling from ear to ear. "No night without her is too long," he said. "One night is too long. 2 nights are even longer. How am I supposed to make it through 3 nights? The nights are as long as a month, and you want me to survive 9 nights of torment." Skirnir looked at his boss with a sympathetic expression. 9 days later, Frey and Gerda met for the first time on the island of Bolli and got married in a field of swaying wheat. She was just as beautiful as he'd imagined. Her touch was as gentle as he'd imagined, and her kisses were just as sweet. Their marriage was a match made in heaven, and some say their son, Freya, went on to become the first king of Sweden. He later drowned in a vat of mead one night while looking for somewhere to go to the toilet in the middle of the night. Skeen went back to Elefheim with the sword of victory that Frey had given him, the sword that could compare swords with itself. Goldfuss was the perfect match for Frey, filling the gap in his life and his heart. Frey didn't miss his sword and didn't look for a replacement. Frey fought a battle with a giant named Billy and killed him with the antlers of a stag. Frey was so strong and brave that he could take on a giant without a weapon. Even so, it was a mistake to give away his sword. The end of the gods is coming. When the sky breaks and the dark forces from Muspelheim come for war, Freya will be hoping that the sword of victory is still in his hands. After a long journey, the gods reach the edge of the sea. They arrive at the giant temple of Aegir. "We've arrived," Thor, the group's leader, announces. "Let's get something to eat." Egil is the leader of the sea giants. His wife is Ran, who catches the goods of all ships that have wrecked or people who have died at sea. His 9 daughters are like the waves of the sea. Egil wasn't keen on providing food for the gods, but he didn't want to fall out with them either. He looked into Thor's eyes and said, "I'll host a feast for you. I'll prepare the most exquisite food you've ever tasted. My servant Fema Fang will serve you well and provide as much food and drink as you need. I just have one condition. I'll get the feast ready, but you need to find me a pot big enough to brew beer for everyone. After all, there are so many of you, and each of you has an extraordinary appetite." Egil was well aware that the gods didn't have a pot like that, and without a pot, he wouldn't have to prepare a feast for them. Thor asked the other gods for advice, but they all told him that no such pot existed. He finally went to ask Tyr, the god of war. Tyr scratched his chin with his left hand, which was the only one he had. He told him, "At the edge of the world sea, the giant king Hmir has a cauldron that's 3 leagues deep. It's the biggest cauldron in the world, both past and present." "Are you sure about that?" Thor inquired. Tyr nodded in agreement. "Hmir is my stepfather. He married my mother, who was a giant. I've seen the cauldron for myself, and as my mother's son, Hmir's people will welcome me as a visitor." Thor got into Thor's chariot, which was being pulled by the 2 goats, Toothbiter and Toothgrinder, and they soon reached Hmir's huge castle. Thor tied up the goats and they went in together. Ajontes was in the kitchen, chopping onions and cabbages. The onions were huge, as big as boulders, in fact, and the cabbages were equally enormous, as big as boats. Thor was so taken aback that he couldn't look away. The old woman had 900 heads, each more ugly and terrifying than the last. He couldn't help but take a step back. Maybe Tyr was also a bit scared, but he didn't show it. Tyr said hello to his grandmother. "We're here to see if we can borrow Heimdall's cauldron to brew beer." "What a tiny thing." "I thought you were mice," said Thor's grandmother, speaking in a voice like a crowd of people shouting together. "You don't want to talk to me, grandson. You should talk to your mother." She called out, "There's a guest. Your son's here, and he's brought a friend." Before long, another giantess arrived. This was Hmir's wife, who was also the mother of Tyr. She was dressed in a golden robe and, like her mother-in-law, she was extremely attractive. She was holding 2 tiny giant thimbles filled with beer. Thor and Tyr grabbed the barrel-sized thimbles and had a drink. It was a fantastic beer. The giantess asked Thor for his name. Thor was about to tell her when Tyr jumped in and said, "His name is Fjallmir, Mum. He's a friend of mine. He's an enemy of Hmir and the other giants." Just then, they heard a rumble in the distance. It was like thunder on a mountain peak, or the shaking of rocks, or a great wave crashing onto the beach, with the earth shaking beneath their feet with each sound. "My husband is home," said the giantess. "I can hear his footsteps from a distance." The rumble got louder and seemed to be getting closer. "My husband is always in a bad mood when he first arrives home, grumpy and cold. He's not very friendly to his guests." The giantess told them, "Why don't you hide under the kettle until he's in a better mood?" She tucked them away under a kettle on the kitchen floor. It was dark under the kettle. The floor was shaking, and a door slammed shut. Thor and Tyr knew that Hmir had come back. They heard the giantess tell her husband that there were guests, her son and a friend. She told him they should be treated with the utmost hospitality and not harmed in any way. "Why?" the giant demanded in a loud, grumpy voice. "The smaller one is our son, Tyr. You remember him, right? The larger one is Fjallmir. Be kind to him." "Thor? I thought you were my enemy, Thor. The one who has killed more giants than anyone else, even more than the other giants. The one I swore I'd kill if I ever met." "Oh, it's just Thor. He's not Thor. He's a friend of our son, and your son's enemy, so you have to be polite to him." I'm not in the mood to be polite to anyone right now, the giant grumbled. Where are they hiding? Just behind the crossbeam, his wife said. Thor and Ty heard a crack, and the beam she had been pointing at had been split into. Then there was a series of cracking sounds, one after the other, and all the kettles hanging from the kitchen ceiling fell and broke. All done? Ty's mother inquired. I think so, Hmir said, sounding a little reluctant. They were hiding under that kettle, she said, pointing at the one on the floor that you hadn't broken. At that moment, the kettle under which Till and Tor were hiding was lifted up, and they saw an enormous face with all its features twisted in anger. Tor knew this was Hymir, the king of the giants. His beard was like a forest covered in ice in the middle of winter. His eyebrows were like a field of thorns, and his breath smelled like a rubbish bin in a swamp. Hello, Till, Hymir said in a flat tone of voice. Hello, father, Ty replied, in a similarly succinct manner. You're invited to dinner, said Hymir, clapping his hands. The doors of the great hall opened, and in came a huge ox. The animal had a shiny hide, gleaming eyes and sharp horns. It was followed by another stunning ox. Then came a final one, even more impressive than the first two. This is the best bull there is. He's fatter and taller than all the other bulls in Midgard and Northgard put together. Then Hmir added, I'm proud of my animals. They're my treasures, and I'm happy just to look at them. I treat them like they're my own children. At this, his angry and discontented face seemed to soften for a moment. The grandmother with the 900 heads killed the cows, skinned them and threw the meat into a huge cauldron. The cauldron, which was placed over the fire, was boiling and bubbling, and she stirred the contents with a spoon as big as an oak tree. She sang as she cooked, and the sound was like thousands of old women all singing at once with their eyes. She had prepared enough food in no time. You're our guests, but don't be shy. Help yourself, Himsa said, with a little difficulty. After all, these strangers were very small. How much could they eat? After all, those cows were huge. Thor said he wouldn't be shy and went over to eat heartily, devouring 2 cows each. He left only the bones, which he had gnawed clean, and gave a satisfied belch. That was a lot of food, FL, said Hymir. It would have lasted us for days. I've never seen even a giant eat 2 of my cows at once. I was so hungry that I got a little carried away, said Thor. I thought we could go fishing together tomorrow. I hear you're very good at it. Hymir was pretty proud of his fishing skills. I'm a pretty good fisherman. We can go fishing together and catch tomorrow's dinner. I'm a pretty good fisherman too, said Thor. He hadn't fished before, but surely it couldn't be that difficult. I'll see you at dawn tomorrow on the jetty outside. That night in the spacious, unoccupied bedroom, Thiel said to Thor, I hope you really know how to fish. Of course I do, said Thor. But he didn't actually know how to fish. He was just doing what he felt was right, following his instincts, and Thor was the best at that. Before dawn, Thor met Hymir on the jetty in the grey morning light. I should warn you, Thor, said the giant. We're going to be going deep into the cold ocean depths. I'll be rowing there for a while, and that's more than you little things can handle. You'll have little icicles hanging from your beard and hair, and you'll turn green and be so cold you'll shiver to the bone. You might not make it. Don't worry about me, said Thor. I actually like the cold. It perks me up. What are we using for bait? I've got my own bait ready, said Hymir. But you'll have to find your own. You could try using the cows. I'm sure there'll be fat maggots and all sorts of things in the cow dung. Bring whatever you find. Thor looked at Hymir. He wanted to hit Hymir in the face with his hammer, but then he'd never dip the cauldron peacefully. He strolled back to the shore. In the meadow, there were Hymir's lovely cows. There were also piles of cow dung, and there were huge maggots crawling in them, but Thor didn't touch them. Instead, he strolled over to the largest, most impressive, and plus-sized cow. He punched it in the forehead, between the eyes, and the cow rolled over and died straight away. The The troll pulled off the bull's head, put it in his bag, and took it to the sea. Simemua was already in the boat, which had been set adrift. The troll jumped into the freezing water and swam towards the boat, his bundle flaunting behind him. With his fingers feeling the effects of the cold, he grabbed hold of the back of the boat and climbed aboard. He was covered in sea water, and ice had formed around his red beard. "That was fun," said Thor. "A good swim really wakes you up, especially on a winter morning." MLS didn't say anything. Thor grabbed the other pair of oars, and they started rowing together. Before long, the coastline was out of sight, and they were the only boat on the North Sea. The sea was grey and rough, and so were the seabirds' screams Emir caused in his rowing. "We'll fish here," he said. "Here?" Thor inquired. "We're not even in the middle of the sea yet." He grabbed an oar and kept rowing on his own, trying to reach deeper water. The boat rocked on the waves. "Stop," Hmir called out. "Just a heads up, these waters are pretty dangerous. This is Jaimundagat, where the Midgard serpent used to be." Thor stopped rowing. Hmir took out a big fish he'd caught at the bottom of the boat. He removed the insides with a sharp bait knife, threw the remnants into the sea, and then attached the fish to the hooks. Wire threw the line into the sea. He waited until the line in his hands moved and straightened, then started to pull it back. Two huge whales had taken the bait, the biggest whales Thor had ever seen. Wire smiled with pride. "Not bad," said Thor. He took the bull's head out of the bag. When Emil saw his beloved bull with its dead eyes, he was taken aback. "I also brought the bait," said Thor, as if he were happy to help. "You said I should get bait from the ranch where the cows are kept, right?" Emil's face showed all the emotions at once: dismay, fear, and anger. But the giant didn't say anything. Thor took Sinemua's fishing line, tied the bull's head to the hook, and then threw the hook with the bull's head into the water. He could feel the hook sinking to the bottom. He waited. Fishing is probably all about learning how to be patient. He told Simemua, "It's actually quite silly. But I'm just wondering what I can add to dinner later." Just then, the sea suddenly started to rage. The serpent of Midgard, Ymir, had latched onto the huge bull's head, and the hook was now embedded in its upper jaw. The serpent thrashed about in the sea, trying to free itself from the hook. Thor kept a firm grip on the fishing line. "He'll pull us all down," Hmir said, sounding afraid. "Let go of the rope." Thor shook his head. He tightened the line, determined not to let go. Thor stepped through the bottom of the boat and used the seabed as support as he began to try to pull Ymir on board. The giant snake spat black venom at them. Thor ducked just in time to avoid being hit by the venom. He kept on pulling the line. "It's Midgard's giant snake, you idiot," Ymir shouted. "Let go of the line. Otherwise, we're all going to end up dead here." TR didn't say anything, but he tightened the line and pulled back with both hands, keeping his eyes fixed on his enemy. "I'm going to kill you," he said quietly to the snake. The low sound bounced off the waves, the wind and the screeching of the serpent. "Not unless you get the better of me first." "I swear it," he said, although the words were so low that only the snake could have heard them. Thor was sure the serpent of Midgard had heard him, because its eyes were fixed on him as it prepared to strike with its next venomous bite. The jet of venom came so close that he could even smell it. It touched his shoulder, and he felt a sharp pain where it touched, and Thor just laughed and pulled the string further back. Thor could just about hear Heimdall complaining loudly in the distance. He was saying something about the snake, about the seawater pouring into the ship through the hole, about how they'd both end up dying here in the cold sea, far from land. Thor wasn't concerned about any of it. He was battling the serpent, and had a strategy to make it use all its strength in the fight and the pull. Thor started to pull the fishing line towards the boat. The serpent's head was almost within striking distance. Thor kept his eyes on it, and reached for the hammer handle. He knew exactly where he had to hit the hammer to kill the serpent. Just one more pull on the fishing line, and then with a quick flick of his bait knife, Hilt cut the taut line. The giant serpent Yem unguard retreated a few steps, stood high above the boat, and then rolled into the waves like a dragon into the sea. Thor threw the hammer at it, but the beast had already disappeared into the cold, grey water. The hammer came flying back, but Thor was quick to catch it. It was only then that he realized the fishing boat was sinking. Eminaya was trying to pump out the water from the boat as quickly as possible. While Thor paddled, Eminaya kept bailing water out of the boat until they finally made it back to the beach. The two whales Eminaya had caught first were now sitting on the bow, which made rowing a little harder than usual. "This is the coast, but it's still a fair distance from where I am," said Eminaya. "We can rob anchor here," said Thor. "I'll only agree to that if you promise to carry the boat, me, and the two whales I caught to my haul," said Hymil warily. "All right," said Thor, jumping off the side of the boat. Before long, Hymil felt the boat traveling through the air. Thor carried the boat, oars, Hymil and the whales on his shoulders, and walked along the beach. When they got to Heimdall's hall, Thor put the boat down. "We're here," said Thor. "I've brought you home, just as you asked. In return, I have a request." "What's your request?" Heimdall inquired. "I'd like your cauldron. The one you use to brew beer. I'd like to borrow it if that's okay with you. You're an amazing fisherman and a great rower," said Hymir. "But you want the most ingenious and finest brew pot in the 9 realms. The beer brewed in this pot with a little bit of magic is the most delicious in the 9 realms. I'll only lend it to someone who can break my drinking cup." "That doesn't sound too tricky," said Thor. The grilled whale meat was shared amongst the myriads of giant heads in the great hall. They were all cheering and shouting, drinking and getting drunk. Once they'd finished eating and drinking, Hymir poured the last of the ale from his cup and asked everyone to be quiet. Then he passed the cup to Thor. "Break it," he said. "If you can smash it, I'll give you my ale brewing cauldron as a gift. If you can't, then you're on your own." Thor gave a nod. The giants stopped laughing and singing. They looked at Thor with a bit of caution. Hymir's castle was made of stone. Thor picked up the goblet and smashed it into a granite pillar, supporting the ceiling of the banquet hall with all his strength. There was a huge bang in the hall, and the air was filled with dust. Once the dust had settled, Heimdall stood up and went over to have a look at the marble columns. The goblet had pierced the first column, then the second, reducing them to rubble. The third column, where the goblet was embedded, was still intact, although covered in dust. Hymir raised the goblet above his head, and the giants laughed in celebration, making faces at Thor with all their heads, and some not very friendly or polite hand gestures. Hymir sat back down at the table. "As I said, Thor, you don't have the strength to break my goblet." He raised the goblet, and his wife filled it with ale. Hymir drank it all in one go. "This is the most delicious and refreshing ale I've ever tasted," he said. "My wife, could you please fill some glasses for our son and his friend Fjrdo? Let him taste the finest brew, and then they can go back to their empty hands and their empty hearts, because they won't be able to take the cauldron back with them nor taste such a brew again. Oh, and they should drink to one more thing. Since Fjrdo didn't break the cup, it's now my turn to take his life." Thor sat down next to Tyr and ate a piece of charred whale meat, feeling pretty pleased with himself. The giants were loud and boisterous, and by now they had stopped paying attention to Thor. Tyr's mum came over and poured him a mug of ale. "You know," she said quietly, "my husband has a very thick, he's very stubborn, and his skull is unusually thick." "That's what they often say about me too," said Thor. "No," she said gently, as if she were talking to a small child. "His head is so hard that it could break the hardest cup." Thor finished his beer. It was the best beer he'd ever tasted. He got up and strolled over to Hymir. "Can I give it another go?" he asked. The giants in the hall burst out laughing, and Hymir was no exception. "Of course," he replied. Thor raised his glass and faced the stone wall. He lifted the glass once, twice, and on the third time he spun around so quickly that he smashed it against Emil's forehead. The glass broke into pieces and fell onto Emil's lap. There was a brief silence in the hall, which was soon broken by a strange, unpleasant sound. Thor looked around to see where the noise was coming from, and then looked back to see Hmir's shaking shoulders. The giant was crying, making a loud, strange, and unpleasant sound. "I've lost my most valuable asset," Hmir said. "I always left it to brew by itself, and the cauldron always did the job perfectly, making the best beer for me. I'll never be able to shout, 'Brew for me, my cauldron.'" Thor didn't say anything. Hmir looked at Tyr and said, "If you want it, my stepson, then take it. It's quite heavy and quite big. It takes a dozen giants to lift it at a time. Do you think you can handle it?" Tyr went over to the cauldron. He gave it a go, lifting it once, twice, but it was too heavy. He looked at Thor. Thor just gave a shrug and grabbed the rim, lifting the cauldron upside down so that he was completely covered by it, with the lid at his feet clattering along the ground. Then the cauldron shifted, and Thor found himself underneath it. It moved towards the door, while the many-headed giants in the hall stared at it, their mouths open in surprise. Hymir stopped crying. Thor looked at him. "Thanks for the cauldron," he said. Then he walked between Hymir and the cauldron and squeezed out the door. Thor and Tyr left the castle together. They untied Thor's goats and got into Thor's chariot. Thor was still carrying the cauldron on his back. The goats were off like a shot. The tooth biter kept up a good pace, even with the extra weight of the cauldron on the chariot. The tooth grinder had a less successful start, limping as it began to run. The poor thing had broken its leg once before, because someone wanted to eat the marrow inside. Although Thor had set the bone back in place, it would never run as fast as it had before. The grinder let out a cry of pain. "Can we still get this done?" asked Tyr. "Let's give it a go," said Thor, and gave the goat another lash. Tyr looked back. "They're coming," he said. "The giants are on their way." And the giants did come, with Hymir bringing up the rear, urging them on. They were all the giants of the land, a deadly rabble, a monstrous horde with multiple heads. The giants were coming, and they were determined to get back their cauldron. "Let's pick up the pace," Tyr called out. Just as things were getting really intense, the goat called to the grinder lost its footing and everyone in the cart fell over. Thor got to his feet, threw the cauldron to the ground and started laughing. "What's so funny?" Tyr asked. "We've got hundreds of giants on our tail." Thor swung his hammer and Hymir. "I didn't get to kill a giant serpent myself this time," he said. "But it's not a bad trade-off to sacrifice hundreds of giants to the hammer." Thor methodically but enthusiastically killed the giants, one after the other, until the earth was covered in black and red from their blood. Tyr fought with one hand, but he was so brave that he managed to kill enough giants too. Once they'd finished off the giants, Thor crouched down next to his injured goat, Grind, and helped him up. The goat was limping, and Thor was annoyed with Loki for making his goat limp. Heimdall was still alive, thankfully, and Tyr let out a sigh of relief. He didn't want to upset his mother again. Thor took the cauldron back to Asgard and presented it to the other god. They showed the cauldron to Ire. "Look," said Thor. "This cauldron is big enough to brew wine for all of us." The sea giant let out a sigh. "That's exactly what I'm looking for," he said. "Okay then, I'll host a full feast for all the gods in my great hall." He was a man of his word, and every autumn after the harvest, the gods got together in the sea giant's great hall to drink the best beer in the world. Everything loves the sun. The sun gives us warmth and life, melts the bitter snow and ice, and allows all things to grow and flowers to bloom. It also gives us long midsummer nights when darkness stops. It keeps us safe from the cold in the cold. Darkness reigns, and light only shines for a few hours. The sun is far away and cold, like the eyes of the dead. Baldur's face shone like the sun. He was such a handsome guy that wherever he went, the place would light up. Baldur was Odin's second son and one of his favorite. He was also a very popular figure and a favorite with everyone. Of all the Asa gods, he was the wisest, gentlest, and most eloquent. When he made his decisions public, everyone was convinced of his wisdom and fairness. His home was called Breidablik, which means Hall of Light. It was a place of joy, music, and knowledge. Baldur's wife was Nanna. He was loyal to her. Thorkek, their son, was growing up to be a judge as fair as his father. Baldur's world was picture perfect. There was one thing that wasn't quite right. Baldur was also plagued by nightmares. He has nightmares about the end of the world, about the sun and moon being eaten by a giant wolf, about endless suffering and death, about darkness and shackles. In his nightmares, brothers are killing each other, and you can't really trust anyone. In his dreams, he sees a new era on the horizon, one of storms and bloodshed. Baldur wakes up from these dreams in tears, feeling really distressed. Baldur told the gods about his nightmares, but nobody had a clue what they meant, and the gods were getting pretty worried. Except for one person. When he heard about Baldur's nightmares, Loki laughed. Odin decided to find out what was causing his son's nightmares. He put on his grey cloak and wide-brimmed hat and called himself the Wanderer, son of the warrior. Nobody knew the answer, but it was thought that a wise seer might be able to help. The issue was that the prophet had passed away a long time ago. The prophet's grave was at the end of the world. To the east of the grave was the underworld, the domain of Hela, the daughter of Loki and the giantess Angrboda. The dead there were people who hadn't died in battle. Odin headed east until he found the grave. The father of the gods was already the wisest of the Asa gods, and he later sacrificed an eye for wisdom. He stood in front of the grave at the end of the world and used some old, forgotten powers with the darkest rune. He burned something and muttered something else. The wind that blew across his face swirled into a vortex. When the wind died down, a woman appeared. She was standing on the other side of the fire, her face in the shadows. "It's not easy to come back from the dead," she told him. "I've been buried here for quite some time. Rainwater falls on me and snowflakes cover me. I don't know who summoned me." "What's your name?" "People call me the Wanderer, and my dad was the fighter. So, what's the latest from the underworld?" The wise woman looked at him with a wise gaze. "Baldur is on his way," she said. "We're making mead for him. There's despair and suffering in the world above, but only joy in the world below." Odin asked who would kill Baldur, and she gave him a shock by answering in a way that made him think. He asked who would avenge Baldur, and she gave him a puzzle by answering in a way that confused him. He asked who would mourn Baldur, and she stood on the other side of her grave and looked straight at Odin as if she was seeing him for the first time. "You're not a stranger," she said. Her eyes blinked and a little expression came over her face. "You're Odin who sacrificed himself a long time ago. And you're not the wise woman they call you. You are Boda in life, Loki's lover. She's the mother of Hela, the Midgard serpent Jormungand, and the giant wolf Fenris," Odin replied. The giantess who had died laughed. "Go home, little Odin," she told him, "and run back to your temple. I'm not worried about being bothered again until Loki, my husband, gets out of jail and comes back to me. And the end of the gods is coming." She disappeared, and all that was left was darkness where they had been standing. Odin left with a heavy heart. He had a lot to think about. Even gods couldn't change fate. If he wanted to save Baldur, he'd have to do it subtly. He knew he'd need some help. There was something else in the dead giantess's words that bothered him. Why did she bring up Loki escaping his imprisonment? Odin pondered. Loki isn't imprisoned. Then he thought, not yet. Odin didn't tell anyone about this, except his wife Frigg. He told Frigg, a mother of the gods, that Baldur's nightmare was about to come true and that someone was indeed out to harm their beloved son. Frigg took a moment to think things over. She was always a realist. I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. It's impossible to hate the sun, its warmth and the life it brings to the earth. And the same goes for my son, the handsome and beautiful Baldur. She went out to see if there was any truth in this. She walked over the earth and made everyone she met promise never to harm the handsome and beautiful Baldur. She spoke to the flames and made them swear never to burn him. The water might swear never to drown him. The iron and other metals would never harm him, and the stones swore never to bruise his skin. Frigg spoke with the trees, the animals, and all the other creatures, and they all promised that they would never harm Baldur. The trees were all on board, and the oak to the ash, the pine to the beech, the birch to the fir, and they all swore that they would never harm Baldur. She called on the diseases and spoke with them, and every disease that could harm people promised that they would never touch Baldur. Frigg asked each one of them, including the ones that seemed insignificant. Mistletoe was the exception. It's a creeping plant that depends on other plants. It seemed so insignificant, so she left it out. Once everyone had promised not to hurt her son, Frigg went back to Asgard. Baldur is safe, she told the Osgods. Nothing can harm him. At first, everyone was a bit skeptical, including Baldur himself, who wasn't quite convinced. Frigg picked up a stone and threw it at her son. The stone whizzed around Baldur. Baldur smiled, and it was a happy smile that lit up his face like the sunrise. The gods also smiled. Then, one after the other, they threw their weapons at Baldur, and everyone was taken aback. His body was invincible to swords and spears. The gods were in high spirits and let their guards down. There were only two people in all of Asgard who didn't seem happy. Loki didn't smile. The gods laughed when they tried to hit Baldur with axes, swords, boulders and maces. Either they missed or they brushed past him like feathers. Loki watched the proceedings unfold in silence, lost in thought, and made his way into the shadows. Blindfold Hod, Baldur's brother, was the other one who didn't laugh. "What's going on?" Blindfold Hod inquired. "Can someone please explain what's going on?" But no one responded to Hod. He listened to the sounds of joy and surprise and thought to himself, wouldn't it be great if he could be part of this too? "I bet you're really proud of your son," a kind woman said to Frigg. Frigg didn't know the woman, but she looked at Baldur with a smile on her face. And Frigg was justifiably very proud of her son. After all, he was a popular guy. But they'll hurt him. They'll hurt the poor little thing when they throw weapons at him like that. If I were his mother, I'd be really worried about him. "They can't hurt him," Frigg said. "No weapon can harm Baldur. No illness either. Nothing made of stone. Not even wood. Everything that can harm a person has promised me that they won't harm Baldur." "That's great," said the kind woman. "I'm pleased for him. But are you sure you haven't missed anything?" "Not a thing," said Frida. "I've got all the wood. There's just one thing I haven't mentioned. I forgot to mention the mistletoe, which grows on oak trees and is found to the west of Valhalla. Mistletoe is so weak that it can't do any harm. You couldn't even make a club out of it." Yes, said the kind-looking woman. "Mistletoe? To be honest, I'd leave it alone too if I were you. There are so many weeds." The kind-looking old woman began to remind Frigg of someone, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. When Tiwa raised his good left hand and smashed a huge boulder into Baldur's chest, the stone crumbled to dust before it even reached the shining god. When Frigg turned around, the kind old woman had already gone. Frigg didn't think much of it, at least not at the time. Loki changed back into a human and went to the west of Valhalla. He stopped in front of a huge oak tree. There was a lot of mistletoe hanging from the tree, with green leaves and pale berries dangling from the oak tree, which made the mistletoe look even more insignificant against the magnificent oak tree. The mistletoe grew directly from the oak tree's bark. Loki took a closer look at the berries, roots and leaves. He thought about poisoning Balder with the mistletoe fruit, but that would be far too simple and dull. If he was going to do anything to Baldur, there would have to be something that would have multiple benefits, and the more effective the better. Blind H-Dur stood aside, listening to the laughter and exclamations of wonder coming from over there. He let out a sigh. H-Dur was strong, even if he couldn't see, and he was one of the strongest of the gods. Normally, Baldur would have included him, but this time, even Baldur had forgotten about him. "You look a bit down," said a familiar voice. It was Loki's voice. "It's tough, Loki. Everyone seems really happy. I can hear them laughing. And Baldur, my brother, is laughing especially loudly. I wish I could be there with them." "That's very easy to arrange," Loki said. Hod couldn't see Loki's expression, but he sounded really enthusiastic and friendly. On top of that, everyone knew that Loki was extremely clever. "Give me your hand." Hod did as he was asked. Loki put something in his hand and closed his fingers around it. "This is a small wooden dart I've made. I'll show you where Baldur is and you can throw the dart at him. You need to throw with all your strength. Then all the gods will have a good laugh, and Baldur will know that even his blind brother is happy about his victory and perfection." Loki took H by the hand and led him through the crowd towards the center of the action. "Stand here," said Loki. "Listen, when I give the command, you throw the dart." "It's just a little dart," said H, sounding a little annoyed. "I wish I could throw a spear or a boulder or something." "A small dart is all that's needed," Loki said. "It's got a sharp knife edge. Okay, now throw it like this." "As I said, just do it like I showed you." There was a loud laugh and applause. Thor swung the mace, made of thorns and studded with nails, towards Baldur's face. The mace passed over his head at the last moment, and Thor looked like he was dancing. The whole scene was quite amusing. "Right, now," Loki whispered, "now's the time." While they're all laughing, Hod threw the mistletoe dart, just as Loki had instructed. He was hoping for cheers and laughter, but nobody laughed or cheered. There was just silence. He heard people gasping in shock and muttering to themselves. "Why isn't anyone cheering me?" asked the blind Hod. "I just threw a dart. It wasn't anything major, but I'm sure you saw it." "Bardell, my brother, why didn't you laugh?" And then he heard someone crying. There was a sad and painful sound. And what was even more unnerving was that he recognized the voice. It was his mother crying. "Bardell, my son. Oh Bardell, oh my son," she said, crying. And that's when Holder realized the dart he'd thrown had hit the target. "That's awful. What a shame." "You've killed your own brother," said Loki. But he didn't seem upset at all. Not at all. Baldur was killed by the mistletoe, which pierced his heart. The gods gathered around him, tearing at their clothes and crying. Odin didn't say anything else except, "No revenge on Hod. Not right now. Not this time. Well, not this time anyway. We're in a sacred place here." Frigg said, "Can someone go to the underworld for me, please? Perhaps Hela will allow Baldur to return to the world." "I don't think even Hela would be that cruel and not let him come back." She thought for a moment and realized that Hela was, after all, Loki's daughter. If she lets Baldur come back, we'll make sure she gets a good deal. Can someone go to Hela's kingdom? This trip might just be a one-way journey. The gods looked at each other, and then one of them raised his hand. Gelmudi was Odin's squire and one of the fastest and most popular young gods. "I'll go to Hela and bring back Baldur," he said. They brought forward Odin's horse, the eight-legged stallion Sleipnir. Gelmudi got on the horse and set off to meet the queen at Hela's palace, where only the dead could go. Helmuth set off into the night while the gods got Baldur's funeral ready. They loaded Baldur's body onto the Rainbow Spirit, which was his treasure ship. They wanted to get the ship moving and then set it on fire, but they couldn't get it to leave the shore. They all gave it a push, including Thor, but the ship stayed firmly anchored to the shore. Balder was the only one who could set the ship's sailing, and now he was gone. The gods called on the giantess Achiel, who rode a giant wolf with a snake for a bridle. She went to the bow of Balder's ship and gave it a good push with all her strength. She was able to move the ship, but she pushed so hard that the wheels at the bottom caught fire from the friction. The earth shook and the heat rose instantly. "I've got to get rid of her," said Thor, clearly still annoyed that he hadn't been able to get the ship to sail. He grabbed the handle of Elnir's hammer. "She's shown a lack of respect." "You can't do that," the other gods said. "This whole situation is really frustrating," said Thor. "I think I'll go and have a word with a few people to blow off some steam." "You'll see." The four gods carried Balder's body down the cobbled path. His body was carried through the gathered crowd by 8 legs. In the silent crowd, Odin stood at the front, with his crows perched on his shoulders. The Valkyrs and the other Ossa gods were standing behind him. The frost and mountain giants also came to Baldur's funeral, as did the cunning dwarf craftsmen from the underground. Everyone was really sad about Baldur dying. Baldur's wife, Nanna, watched as her husband's body was carried past her. She was so upset that her heart actually left her chest with all that grief, and she died right there on the bank. They also carried her to the pyre and laid her beside Baldur. As a mark of respect, Odin placed his armlet, Dari-Upnir, on the pyre. This was the pure gold armlet that the dwarf, Bulo KK, and his brother, Eotri, had made for him. Every 9 days, 8 equally beautiful armlets would grow from it. Then Odin leaned down and told the dead Baldur a secret that only Baldur knew. Baldur's horse was decorated and sacrificed next to the pyre. This way, it can serve its master in the afterlife. They got the pyre lit. The flames quickly engulfed Baldur and Nanna's bodies, as well as his horse and belongings. Baldur's body burned brightly like the sun. Thor stood by the pyre, holding Elnir aloft. "I'm here to witness this sacred funeral," he announced, still annoyed at the giantess Achiel rocking. Thor felt that she hadn't shown the respect he felt was due. The dwarf named Delty came over to Thor and tried to look over the pyre. Thor gave him a little kick with his foot, just to show he was annoyed. This made Thor feel a little better, but the dwarves felt really bad about it. "This whole situation is just so annoying," Thor said, sounding irritated. "Everything is going wrong. Let's hope Helmud can come to an agreement with Hela. It would be great if Baldur came back to life sooner." And Mord rode for 9 days and nights without a break. He went deeper and deeper into the darkness, from the twilight at evening to the darkness of night, and then to the pure darkness of the night, as dark as pitch, with not a single star to be seen. The only thing he could see in the darkness was a tiny golden glimmer in the distance. As he got closer, the golden light got brighter. It was the straw covering the bridge, and the bridge spanned the river Styx, the river of the dead. He told Sleepyhead to take it easy and walk across the bridge slowly. The bridge was shaking, and even swaying from side to side. "What's your name?" the woman inquired. "Who are you related to? What are you looking for in the land of the dead?" Amor didn't respond. He made it to the other end of the bridge, where he found a young girl waiting for him. She was really pretty and looked quite pale. She looked at him as if she'd never seen anyone like him before. Her name was Maud Jud, and she was in charge of looking after the bridge. The dead who came yesterday were enough to fill the 5 kingdoms on this side of the bridge, but you alone have made the bridge shake more than all of them yesterday, even though there were countless people and horses. I can see the red blood under your skin. You don't look like you've been through death. They're grey, green, white and blue. There's still some life under your skin. Can I just check, who are you? Why are you the only one coming to the underworld? I'm Helmund, one of Odin's sons. I've come here on Odin's steed to find Baldur. Have you seen him? No one who has seen him will forget, she said. Baldur was quite the looker. He crossed the bridge 9 days ago. He's gone to Hela's hall. I appreciate it, said Helmund. That's where I'm headed as well. Just go down and keep going north, she told him. Then you'll see the gates to the underworld. Hellmund carried on, heading north along the road until he saw the high walls looming ahead and the gates to the underworld. They were taller than any trees you'd find on Earth. He dismounted and secured the reins to the saddle. He jumped back on, this time holding onto the saddle tightly, urging Sleipnir to run faster and faster until finally he gave a mighty leap. That leap was better than any other horse leap, from the past to the future. That leap went beyond the gates of the underworld, and across to the other side to the kingdom of Hela, which no living person has ever been able to reach. Galmuth got off his horse and walked into the hall at the entrance to the underworld. His brother Bardo was sitting at the head of the table, clearly the guest of honor. Bardo was pale, with skin as grey as the sky on a cloudy day without the sun. He was there, drinking Hela's mead and eating Hela's food. When he saw Hermod, Bardo invited him to sit next to him and join them for a drink. Across from Bardo was his wife, Nonna. Next to her was the dwarflet, who seemed to be in a bad mood. In Hela's world, the sun never rose and the day never began. Hermod looked across the hall and saw a woman of remarkable beauty sitting there. Her right side was the color of the living, but her left side was grey and black and withered, like someone who had died a week before. It looked like the corpse of someone who had been hanged in the forest or frozen to death in the snow. Hermod knew this was Hela, Loki's daughter. The All-Father had given her responsibility for the world of the dead, and he on behalf of Odin to collect Baldur. Hermod told Hela, "Everyone is sad about this. You've got to give him back to us." Hela looked pretty indifferent. One of her green eyes was fixed on Hellmund, while the other was dead and withered. "I'm Hela," she said simply, "and the dead who come to me never return to the world above. Why should I let Baldur go? Everyone's upset about it. His death is a cause for sadness across the entire realm, from the gods to the frost giants, dwarves and elves. Even animals and trees are mourning his loss. Even the metals are feeling the pain. Even the stone, which is usually heartless, dreams of the brave Baldur returning to the world and the soil warmed by the sun. Let him go." Hela looked at Baldur with her two different eyes. Then she let out a sigh. "Of all the things that have come to my realm, he is the most impressive and the best. Yet as you say, everyone in the world is mourning Baldur and everyone in the world loves him. Then I'll return him to you." Gulmol dropped to his knees in front of her. "You're being far too kind and noble." "Many thanks." "Thank you, great queen." She looked down at him. "Come on, get up," she said. "I haven't yet agreed to give him back. This is what you need to do, Hellmund. Go and ask them, the living creatures, all the gods and giants, all the stones and plow. Inquire about anything and everything. If everyone who lives wants him back, I'll bring Baldur back and let him rejoin the world. However, if even one person refuses to shed a tear for him or speaks ill of him, and he'll stay with me forever." Gulmuth stood up. Baldur showed him the way out of the hall. He gave Helmuth Odin's armlet, Dariupnir, to return to Odin as proof that Helmuth had been to the underworld. Nanna gave Frigolin and Saron, and a gold ring for her handmaiden Vala. Lit just made a few grimaces and rude gestures at him. Helmuth got on Sleipnir, and the gates to the underworld opened for him. He went back the way he came, crossed the bridge and finally saw Dalite again. Back in Osgard, Helmuth gave the All-Father the armlet Dariupnir back and told him everything that had happened. Gulmund was unaware that while he was still in the underworld, Odin had already had a new son to replace Baldur. This son was named Voli, and was Odin's son from a previous relationship with the goddess Linda. He hadn't even had a day to live when he killed Hoda himself, so he also got revenge for Baldur's death. The gods of Osgard sent out messengers to all corners of the globe. The messengers were like the wind and asked everyone they met if they would weep for Baldur, so that Baldur could leave Hela's world. Everyone was upset, women, men and children alike. Even the birds in the sky and the earth. The trees and the rocks swept for Baldur, even when they came across metal. The messengers wept. Their lament was like a sword being lifted from the ice and exposed to the sun and warmth. Everything was crying for Balder. The messengers went back to Asgard, having finished their mission. They were happy and proud of what they'd done. Balder would be back with the other gods of Asgard in no time. They stopped at the mountain to rest and share the food they had brought, drinking mead on a flat area by the cave. They had a good laugh. "Who's there?" An old giantess's voice came from the cave. She looked a little familiar, but the messengers weren't sure who she was. "I'm Soak," she said, which means thanks. "What are you doing here?" "We've just been asking all things and all creatures if they'll weep for the dead Balder." The handsome and beautiful Balder was killed by his blind brother. We all feel the loss of Balder as we feel the loss of the sun when it loses its light. I think it's safe to say that everyone will be sad about this. The giantess wiped her nose and cleared her throat, spitting on the stone. "So KK won't be weeping for Balder," she said in a brisk manner. "Either way, the son of Odin has never brought me any joy, only pain. I'm pleased he's no longer around. At last, the world is at peace. Let Hela have him." And with that, she turned and walked back into the cave, never to be seen again. The messengers went back to Asgard and told the gods what they'd seen. They said their mission hadn't succeeded because there was one creature who hadn't wept for Balder or wished he'd come back, an old giantess who lived in a cave. And that's when they realized who old Soak looked like. She walked like Loki, son of Laufey. "I suppose that's what Loki transformed into," Thor commented. "It's Loki's fault, of course. It's always Loki's fault." Thor picked up his hammer, Melena, and got together a group of gods to get revenge on Loki. But they couldn't find the crafty troublemaker. He was hiding somewhere far from Asgard, enjoying the satisfaction of his clever actions and waiting for the storm to pass. Balder is dead, and the gods are still in mourning. They're overcome with grief, and the grey, cold rain beats down on the land, which is no longer happy. When Loki finally gets back to Asgard after his long journey, he shows no regret for what he's done. It's the autumn feast in the Great Hall of Egil. The gods and elves get together to enjoy the new beer brewed by the sea giants. The beer is brewed in the cauldron that Thor brought back from the land of the giants a long time ago. Loki was there too. He'd had too much of the mead of iron, was feeling pretty happy, laughing and cunning. He'd had a few too many. The gods gave Fimafeng, Aya's servant, a big thumbs up for his hard work and quick thinking. Loki suddenly jumped up from the table and stabbed Fimafeng to death with a knife. Fimafeng was killed instantly. The gods were understandably upset and asked Loki to leave the banquet hall and never come back. As time passed, the feast continued, but there was a noticeable shift in the atmosphere. At that moment, there was a bit of a commotion at the door. When the gods turned to see what was going on, they saw Loki come back to the entrance of the hall. He stood at the entrance to the hall and looked at the gods with a sneer on his face. "We don't welcome you here," the gods said. Loki ignored them and went straight over to where Odin was sitting. "Father of the gods, a long time ago, we made a blood oath together, didn't we?" Odin gave a nod. "That's right." Loki's smile became even more insolent. "Didn't you swear then, great Odin, that you'd only take your seat and drink when your blood brother Loki was there?" Odin's grey eye met Loki's green one. And finally, Odin looked away first. "Let's have the father of the giant wolves join us for a drink," Odin said, in a gruff but friendly tone. He asked his son Zander to move over and make room for Loki to sit next to him. Loki smiled with the satisfaction of a man who has achieved his goal. He asked for more ale from the Egyptians and drank it quickly. That night, Loki made a fool of the gods, male and female, one after the other. He called them cowards and said the goddesses were deceitful and unfaithful. He made sure to adjust the right amount of truth to each insult to make it sting a little. He called the gods fools and told stories about their embarrassing scandals, which they had long since forgotten. His cynicism and the scandals he used as weapons made everyone feel pretty miserable. The embarrassing party didn't end until Thor showed up. Thor wrapped up the conversation in a straightforward and somewhat blunt manner. He warned Loki that he would use Mjolnir to silence him permanently if he didn't stop. He said he'd send Loki all the way to the underworld, to the Hall of the Dead. Loki left the room without much of a fuss. As he made his way out the door, he turned to Egil. "You brew a fine drink," Loki said to the sea giant. "But sadly, there won't be an autumn feast here again. This hall will be consumed by flame. You'll be burned from behind. You'll lose everything you hold dear. I swear it." Then he left the gods of Asgard and went off on his own into the darkness. The next morning, Loki woke up and thought about what he had done the night before. He wasn't ashamed because shame wasn't his way. Even Loki knew he'd gone too far with the gods the previous day. Loki had a place to stay in the mountains by the sea. He decided to go into hiding there until the gods had forgotten about him. His house at the top of the mountain had 4 doors, one on each side. That way, he could spot danger coming from any direction. During the day, Loki transformed himself into a salmon and hid in the pool at the foot of the waterfall of Zynam. The waterfall was perched on the edge of the mountain and tumbled down from a great height. There was a stream that connected the pool to the river, which flowed directly to the sea. Loki liked to plan everything meticulously and have a plan B for every move. As a salmon, he was safe. He was aware of that. The gods couldn't catch a fish while swimming. But then he started to have doubts about his plan. Is there a way to catch a fish under the waterfall in a fast-flowing pool? Yet it was up to him, the most ingenious of gods and the most cunning of planners. How would he catch such a fish? Loki found a ball of twine and started to make a net by hand. Loki's fishing net was the first one ever made. He thought, yes, if I use this net, I can catch a salmon. He thought again about how he would react to such a trick. If the gods who came after me weave such a net, how would I respond? He took a close look at the net he had made. Salmon can jump, he thought. Salmon are strong swimmers and can even make their way upstream, even when there are waterfalls in the way. I can get over this net. At that moment, he noticed something. He looked out of one door, then the next one. He suddenly realized with concern that the gods had already arrived at the mountainside and were almost at his house. Loki quickly threw the net into the fire. When he saw it had burned up, jumped into the waterfall of FJ on Nan. Loki transformed into a silver salmon, leapt over the waterfall and vanished into the deep pool at the foot. The Asa tribe gods showed up at Loki's house at the top of the mountain. They waited at each door, making sure Loki couldn't get away if he was still inside. Kavasa, the wisest of the gods, walked through the first door. He died for a while, and someone had made meat from his blood, but now he was back to life. And the extinguished fire, and the half-empty drinking horn. He could tell that Loki had been here not long ago. As for where Loki had gone, there was no trace left. Kaviasa looked up at the sky. Then he looked down at the floor by the fire. He's gone, that miserable cunning worm, said Thor, stepping through the other door. He can turn into anything. We'll never find him. Let's not rush things, said Kaviasa. Just look. It's just some ash, said Thor. Have a look at the shape of the ash, said Kaviasa. He bent down, touched the ash on the floor by the fire, sniffed it, and brought it to his lips to lick it. This is the remnants of a rope that was thrown into the fire and burned up. I think it's probably the ball of twine in the corner over there. Thor rolled his eyes. I don't think that burnt up string is going to help us find Loki. You don't think so? But if you look at the pattern, you'll see that it's made up of squares that cross each other. And these squares are all squares. Kaviasa, you're wasting our time, just because you want to stand here looking at squares made of ash. This is a waste of time. We're losing ground with Loki every second we spend staring at this ash. You might be right, Thor, but to weave that square, you need something to hold it open, like a little piece of wood or something. You've got one right there under your feet. You'll also need to tie one end of the thread to something so you can weave it like the protruding piece over there. Then you just weave your string like this, and that thread forms a sort of. I'd love to know what Loki calls it. If I were in your shoes, I'd call it a net. Why are you still going on about this? Thor inquired. You could have gone after Loki, but why are you standing here looking at the ash, the stick and the splinter? Caviar, sir. Loki has already escaped while you were standing here talking nonsense. I think the best use for such a net would be to catch fish, said Caviar, sir. I can't stand you and your lack of common sense, Thor said, exasperated. Can this thing be used to catch fish? So what? Is that a big discovery? Loki might be hungry, so he's thinking of catching some fish to eat. Loki is always coming up with new ideas. That's his area of expertise. He's just that clever, and that's why we kept him around before, isn't it? You're right. But think about this. If you were Loki and you invented something to catch fish, and then you realized that we were here to catch you, why would you quickly throw it into the fire to destroy it? Because, said Thor, scratching his own eyebrows in deep thought, which was evident from the sound of thunder in the distance, Sora. Exactly. You don't want us to find it, and the only reason you don't want us to find it is to stop us, the gods of Asgard, from using it to catch you. Thor nodded slowly. Yes, he said. After a long pause, he finally spoke again. So Loki is hiding in a deep pool of water, right at the mouth of the waterfall, in the form of a fish. Yes, that's right. I knew you'd work it out eventually, Thor. Thor nodded, excited to have figured out where Loki was hiding. He wasn't sure how he had deduced it from the ashes on the ground, but he was happy to have the answer. I'll go down there and take my hammer to the pond, said Thor. If we go down there, we'll need a net, said Kavasur, who was very wise. Kavasur picked up the rest of the twine and the pieces of wood for the frame. He tied one end of the twine to a stick and wrapped it around another stick and started weaving it in and out. He showed the other gods how he did it, and before long, everyone was weaving. They joined their finished nets together until it was as long as the pond, and with the net they set off for the pond below the waterfall. The river that flowed from the pond all the way to the sea was quite an impressive sight. The water from the pond flowed into the sea through it. When they got to the bottom of the waterfall, the gods spread out the net they'd woven. There was a big, heavy net that was long enough to stretch from one side of the pond to the other. All the warriors from the Asa tribe stood on one side of the pond to hold the net, while Thor stood alone on the other side. The gods started at one end of the pond, casting the net from under the waterfall, and worked their way to the other end. They didn't catch anything. I think there must be something living down there, said Thor. I could feel the resistance, but it swam deeper into the mud, and our net just passed over its head. Kaviasha gave it some thought, scratching his chin. That's not an issue. We need to try again, and this time we'll add a little weight to the bottom of the nets, so nothing can get under it. They found some heavy stones with holes in the middle and tied them to the bottom of the net to add weight. The gods of Asgard returned to the pond. When the gods first entered the pond, Loki felt pretty pleased with himself. He just swam to the bottom of the pond, where there was mud, and hid between two stones, waiting for the net to pass over his head. This time he was starting to feel a bit concerned. In the dark, cold depths of the pond, he reflected. He couldn't change into something else before leaving the water, and even if he did, the gods would not let him go. It was probably best to stay a salmon. But as a salmon, he'd be caught in the net. He needed to do something that the gods wouldn't expect. They assumed he'd swim out to sea, where he'd be safe. Even in the stretch of river between the pond and the sea, there was a greater risk of being caught. The gods wouldn't expect him to swim back the other way against the current. The gods pulled the fishing net up along the bottom of the pond. They were all curious about what was going on under the water, so they were surprised when an enormous previously unseen silver salmon leapt out of the water, swished its tail, jumped over the net. The enormous salmon was swimming upstream against the waterfall, defying gravity. Kaviasha told the Asa warriors to split into two groups and stand on either side of the net. He won't last long in the waterfall. That's clear. His only option is to swim to the ocean. So you two groups just grab one end of the net each and stand on either side of the river and pull. Meanwhile, Thor, said the clever Kaviasur, you wade out into the middle of the river. When Loki tries to leap over the net again, you grab him in the air, like a hungry bear seizing a salmon. Just make sure he doesn't get away. He's full of tricks. Thor said, I've seen bears catch salmon that leap out of the water with great speed and accuracy. I'm strong and powerful, and I'm as quick as a bear. I'll catch it. The gods and goddesses started to pull the net upstream, towards where the huge silver salmon was waiting. Loki thought about his plan. As the net drew nearer, Loki knew this was the moment. He had to jump over the net just like last time, but this time he would swim towards the sea. His muscles tensed like he was ready to spring into action, and then he jumped into the air. Thor was quick on the uptake. He saw the salmon flash in the sun. In a flash he had grabbed it in his big hands, like a hungry bear leaping up to grab a salmon. The salmon was slippery, and Loki was the slipperiest of them all. He squirmed, trying to break free of Thor's fingers. But Thor just held his fingers tighter, gripping the fish in the part just below the tail. I've heard that ever since then, the god of the salmon closest to the tail has become thinner. The other gods took the net and caught the fish together. The silver salmon was starting to suffocate in the air and was flailing about, clearly wanting to get into water. Then it thrashed a few times, and what they were carrying in the net was Loki gasping for air. What are you doing? He inquired. Where are you taking me? Thor shook his head and muttered something under his breath, but didn't respond. Loki asked the other gods what was going on, but they wouldn't tell him. They also avoided looking him in the eye. The gods and goddesses made their way into a cave. They carried Loki in the middle of them all the way down deep underground. There were stalactites and bats flying around. They kept on walking, deeper and deeper. Before long, the cave was too narrow for them to carry Loki through, so they let Loki down and walked between them. Thor kept close to Loki, putting a hand on his shoulder. They walked on for a long time. At the far end of the caves, there was a fire with 3 people standing around it, waiting for them. Even before he got a good look at their faces, Loki knew who they were, and his heart sank. Please, don't hurt them. They haven't done anything wrong. Thor said, they're your wife and kids. Loki, the one who tells fib. There were 3 large, smooth stones in the cave. The Asgardian gods placed all 3 stones on their sides, and Thor raised his hammer. He used the hammer to make a hole in the middle of each of the 3 stones. Please, if you don't mind. Let our father go, said Enielfur, Loki's son. He's our father, said Wally, Loki's other son. You swore you'd never kill him. He's also the blood brother and sworn brother of the supreme god, Odin. We won't kill him, said Kaviasur. Volley, if you don't mind me asking, what do you think is the worst thing that can happen between brothers? I'd say betraying one's brother, said Lottie without hesitation. Brothers killing brothers, like when Ho to kill Baldar. That's the worst thing you could imagine. Loki is a blood brother of the gods. And we won't kill him, said Kaviasur. But as for you, his sons, we've never been bound by any oath. Kaviasur whispered a few words to Volley that had a big impact. Words that were magic. Volley lost his human form and was replaced by a wolf. It appeared where he had just stood, its sharp teeth dripping with saliva. Valley's intelligence also quickly disappeared from his yellowish eyes, replaced by hunger, anger and madness. It looked at the gods, then at Sigurd, its mother, and finally at Enealfur. It let out a low growl, its roar rumbling in its throat, its neck fur standing on end. Enealfur took a small step back and the giant wolf flipped at him. Naelfa was a brave soul. He didn't scream, not even when the wolf, which had once been his brother, tore him to pieces, ripped open his throat and pulled his guts out to scatter them on the rocks. The wolf, which had once been Volley, let out another howl, this time through its blood-soaked jaws. Then it jumped high into the air, over the heads of the gods, and ran into the dark depths of the cave. Nobody saw it again in Asgard until the end of all things. The gods tied Loki to 3 rocks, one under his shoulders, one under his crotch, and one under his knees. A few gods used the remains of Naelfa's intestines to tie Loki's neck and shoulders tightly by threading the intestines through the holes in the middle of the boulders. They used his son's intestines to tie around his waist and crotch, and then tied his knees and legs. They tied him up so tightly that he couldn't move. Then the gods transformed the intestines that had been used to bind Loki and his slain son into shackles and chains that were as strong as iron. Loki's wife Sigurd saw her husband being bound with their son's intestines and didn't say anything. She just sat there, crying quietly for her husband's pain and for her son's death and shame. She was holding a bowl, but she wasn't sure why. Before they brought her here, the gods told her to go to the kitchen and get the biggest bowl she could find. At that moment, Eskart, daughter of Hoki and wife of Njord, who had beautiful feet, entered the cave. She was holding something in her hands. It was huge, twisted and coiled. She went over to Loki, put it down next to him, wrapping it around the stalactites hanging from the cave ceiling. This way it was right above Loki's head. It was a snake with cold eyes and a forked tongue, venom dripping from its fangs. It hissed and a drop of venom dripped from the corner of its mouth and onto Loki's face, burning his eyes. Loki let out a scream, his body writhing in pain. He tried to move his head to get out of the way of the venom, but the shackles made of his son's intestines were too tight and he couldn't move. One by one, the gods left, smiling contentedly. Before long, only Kaviasha was left. Sign looked at her husband, who was tied up, and at their son, who had been killed by a wolf and whose insides was tattered around the ground. "What are you planning to do about this?" she inquired. "Nothing," said Kaviasha. "Nobody wants to punish you. You're free to do as you please." And with that, he left. Another drop of the snake's venom fell onto Loki's face, and he let out a scream and started struggling, rolling around in his balls. As Loki was in a fit, the earth shook. Sigurd went to her husband with the bowl. She didn't say anything. What could she say? But she stood by Loki's head with tears in her eyes, caught every drop of venom that dripped from the fangs of the venomous snake in the bowl. This all happened a long time ago, before the unthinkable happened, when the gods were still around. It was a long time ago, long enough for the mountains to change shape. The steepest peaks became flat land, while the deepest lakes became dry land. Sigurd stayed by Loki's side, looking at his lovely, distorted face. The bowl in her hands was gradually filling up, with each drop of venom taking its time to reach the brim. That was when Sigurd decided to leave Loki. She held the bowl up to pour out the venom, and at that moment the snake venom would drip directly his face and into his eyes. He'd be writhing and rolling, sing out and trembling, and his movements would be so intense that the whole earth would shake with him. Whenever this happened, people in Midgard would call it an earthquake. They said Loki would be tied up there, in the darkness of the earth, and Sigurd would be by his side, holding the bowl above his face and the venom, whispering Herla for him, until Ragnarok came and ended it all. So far, I have shared with you many stories from the past, stories from a time long, long ago. Now, I'm going to give you a heads up on what's going to happen in the future. I'm going to tell you how it's all going to end, and how it's all going to begin again. The story I'm about to tell you is about some pretty dark days, and hidden events that are closely linked to the end of the world, and the end of the gods. Listen carefully, as this will be of benefit to you. It's the only way to grasp how close we are to the end. When it happens, we'll no longer be in the age of the gods, but the age of men. When it happens, all the gods will be asleep except Heimdall, who's always awake. He'll be there at the start of it all, but he won't be able to stop what he sees. It'll kick off in the winter. It's going to be an extraordinary winter. This winter is going to come, and it's going to last for a while. There won't be any spring or warmth. People will be hungry and cold, and they'll be pretty mad about it. There'll be brutal conflicts all over the globe. It's a sad state of affairs when brothers kill each other. Fathers even kill their own sons. Mothers turn against their daughters. Sisters will turn on each other in battle and watch their children tell each other with cold indifference. We're heading towards a time when people will be cruel and see each other as prey. There'll be no difference between man and beast. As the day gives way to night, the world around us becomes a shadow of its former self. With people's homes reduced to rubble, they're briefly engulfed in flames, and then collapse with a devastating fissure to ashes. Then, when the remaining people live like animals, the sun will disappear as if it has been suddenly swallowed by a great wolf. The moon will also disappear, and we'll never see the stars again. The darkness will fill the air like ashes, like fog. This is the winter of Thingbull, which marks the end of the gods' reign and the beginning of an endless winter. The wind and snow are coming from all directions, and it's a harsh, unforgiving cold. The extreme cold can even make your lungs ache when you breathe it, and your tears freeze in your eyes. The worst part is that there won't be any spring to melt the cold, no summer, no autumn. There'll be winter after winter, one after the other, in a never-ending cycle. And then, there was a major earthquake. The mountains were shaken and the earth trembled. The earthquake destroyed the last remaining shelter of the people, along with the trees that provided cover. The earthquake was so intense that it would shatter all the chains and shackles, all of them. Then Rio, the giant wolf, would break free from his shackles. He'd open his mouth really wide, with his upper jaw reaching all the way to the sky and his lower jaw reaching down to the earth. He devours and destroys everything in his path. Fire shoots from his eyes and nostrils. If Fenrir, the giant wolf, goes anywhere, destruction follows. Then, there was the great flood. The water levels are rising fast and heading towards the land. The deadly Midgard serpent Ymir-Gad rolls in a fit of rage, creating a storm. It's getting closer to the shore, and it's spewing out a black, poisonous mist. All the seabirds that breathe in the poison will die. The Midgard serpent has wiped out all life in the sea where it has made waves. The sea is awash with the carcasses of fish, whales, seals and sea monsters. If anyone sees the brothers Finnello and the Midgard serpent, the sons of Loki, they will die. This is the start of the end. The fog will part and the children of Muspelheim will descend from the heavens, accompanied by the screaming of a child. They'll be followed by Surt, the giant fire demon, who will be holding his flaming sword. The light from the sword is so intense that it's impossible for anyone to look at it directly. They'll cross the rainbow bridge Bifrost on their horses, and as they do so, the rainbow will tremble, and the colors will fade from bright to charcoal grey. The rainbow would never be seen again. The mountains would also crumble and fall into the sea. Loki, who had broken out of his prison in the earth, would become the helmsman of the ship of death, the Naglfar. This ship was the biggest ever built, made from the fingernails of the dead. The Naglfar sailed on the raging flood of the sea, and its crew could only see dead things out there, decaying corpses floating on the surface. Loki is the helmsman of the ship, but Helheim, the leader of the Frost Giants, is the captain. The remaining Frost Giants follow Helheim, who is huge and cruel. They're Helheim's warriors in the final battle. Ella's troops made up Loki's army. The Undead, who had died from pretty awful ways, and for pretty shameful reasons, would come back to life. These corpses would sweep across the land, vowing to destroy all living things and anything that held love in its heart. Eventually, the giants, the resurrected dead, the sons of Muspel, would all gather on a battlefield called Vigrid, which was known as the Field of Raging Battle. Vigrid was huge, about 300 miles long and wide. Fenris the wolf would run there, and the Midgard serpent would swim to Vigrid from the sea, where the flood was raging. They would then struggle to get ashore. Though not all of it, only its head and probably more than a mile of its body would be on land. The majority of its body would remain submerged in the sea. They line up for battle. The sons of certain then Jenkalnir in the flames. The warriors of Hela and Loki would emerge from the ground. There'd be the army of frost giants from Helheim, and wherever they stood, the earth would freeze into ice. Fenrir and the great serpents of Midgard would be there too. On that day, the most terrible enemies imaginable would be there, ready to fight. Heimdall will be there to see it all. After all, he can see everything. He's the watcher of the gods. And now, finally, he takes action. Heimdall would sound the GJ Orlair horn, which once belonged to Mima with all his strength. Busgard was shaken by the sound of the horn. At that very moment, all the gods who were asleep would wake up and grab their weapons. The gods got together under the world tree, by the well of Aldrive, where they got some blessings and advice from the goddess of Saint, the Nor. Odin will ride Sleipnir to the spring of Mima, and ask Mima's skull for advice about himself and the gods. Mima's skull will tell Odin what the future holds, just as I'm telling you now. What Mima tells Od will give the father of the gods hope, even in the darkest of times. And the great world tree, Yggdrasil, will sway like a lone leaf in the wind. That's where the gods of Osgard and all the spirits of the warriors who died in battle, the Vaklias, will be ready to go. Together, they'll head to Vigrid, the battlefield where the final battle will be fought. Odin will be leading the gods' army, wearing his golden helmet and shining armor. Thor will be right there with him, and Elnir in hand. When they get to the field where the big battle is going to happen, the final fight will start. Odin goes up against Fenrir, the giant wolf that's now absolutely huge. The father of the gods grabs the spear Gungnir and charges straight at the giant wolf. Thor will be smiling as he watches Odin take on the giant wolf. He'll be whipping his goats and galloping at the Midgard serpent. He's got the hammer in his steel gauntlet. Frey will take on the fire demon Surt. Surt's flaming sword is huge and it burns everything it touches. Frey will fight bravely, but he'll be the first of the Osgardians to fall. His sword and armor just aren't up to Surt's flaming sword. Frey will die with a bad feeling sorry for giving his sword of victory to Skirnir a long time ago to win the love of Gerda. If he still had his sword of victory, he might not have lost. The battle will be loud and chaotic, with Odin's brave warriors fighting against Loki's evil army of the dead. Garm, the Hellhound, will let out a howl. He's not as big as Fenrir, but he's still the scariest dog you'll ever see. He's also broken free from the chains that bound him underground and returned to the world of the living to attack warriors. Tyr tries to put a stop to it. Tyr, one-handed and fighting a demonic, vicious dog, will try to stop it. Tyr is a skilled warrior, but neither of them will come out of this alive. Garm bites into Tyr's neck when they both die. At last, Thor gets revenge on the Midgard serpent. Thor hit the serpent's skull with his hammer. The sea serpent's head rolled across the battlefield, and he jumped back. The moment the head hit the ground, Thor was already 9 feet away. The bat wasn't quite enough. As the snake was dying, it spat a thick black mist of venom at the god. Thor let out a cry, and collapsed to the ground, paralyzed and poisoned by the creature he had vanquished. Odin fought Fenrir bravely, but the wolf was more dangerous and larger than anything else. It was larger than the sun and moon. Odin thrust his spear into Fenrir's mouth. It took another bite, tilted its head and swallowed. And Odin, the wisest of all gods, and the father of the gods, disappeared. Odin's son, the reliable and silent god, will be there to see his father die. Thyndr will take a step forward and place one foot in the giant wolf's jaws. Thyndr's feet are a bit different. One of his feet is in an ordinary shoe, while the other is in a magical boot that was made at the beginning of time. It's made from all the leftover leather from shoe production. If you want to support the Ossa gods in the final battle, you can just throw away your leather scraps. All the leather scraps that are thrown away will become part of Vader's shoes. This boot is keeping the giant wolf's jaws firmly in place, preventing it from moving. Vader's free hand is holding the top of the wolf's mouth open, tearing it open. This also means that Finn-El dies, and Vader succeeds in avenging his father. In the final battle, at the battlefield of Vigrid, the gods and the frost giants will fight to the death. Both sides will be defeated in this battle. Hellar's Enid army will also meet their end, with the battlefield covered in corpses. In the frozen ground, they're all dead. This is the final death. Beyond the misty sky, there's no way they can be resurrected, stand up again, or fight again. Loki's army is now down to just him, still fighting, bloodied. His eyes are filled with madness, but he smiles, his scarred mouth satisfied. Heimdall, who looks after the Rainbow Bridge and is in charge of the gods, has not yet fallen. He'll be on the battlefield, sword in hand and covered in blood. On the battlefield of Vigrid, they walk towards each other, stepping over the dead, the flames and the streams of blood. Bah, Loki will say, Heimdall, the watcher of the gods. The gods were awoken too late. It's quite amusing to watch them fall and die, one after the other, isn't it? Loki will look at Heimdall's face, trying to spot some emotion, but Heimdall is expressionless. What's your take on this, Heimdall, son of the Nine Mothers? Well, I was tied up on the ground with poisonous snakes dripping venom on my face. Sigwayan was there catching the poison in a bowl, and I was chained to a boulder in the darkness with the entrails of my own sons. What kept me going was the thought of this moment. I kept picturing it in my mind. At the end of all this, my beautiful children would be with me, bringing an end to the gods and the world. Heimdall didn't say anything, but he did take action. His sword cut viciously into Loki's battle armor, and Loki retaliated with swift and decisive strikes, leaving no room for mercy. As they fight, they'll remember that once, a long time ago, they fought a battle just like this. When the world was simpler, they fight like animals, both turning into seals as they try to wrestle the be rising on necklace from one another. There was the necklace Loki had taken from Freya at Odin's request. Loki is holding a grudge. He'll never forget how he was made to look foolish. We'll keep on fighting, you and I, back and forth, sword to sword. They'll fight, they'll die. Heimdall and Loki will fall mortally wounded, side by side. It's over, Loki says quietly, lying on the battlefield. I won, but Heimdall will smile, showing off his golden teeth stained with blood. I can see further than you, Heimdall will tell Loki. Valkyria, son of Odin, killed your son Fenrir the wolf. And Valkyria lives. His brother, Vali, son of Odin, will also live. I'm sorry to have to tell you that Thor is dead. But on a more positive note, his children, Mime and Modi, are alive. They took Malena from their father's cold hands. They're strong and of noble blood, so they can wield the hammer of the gods. None of that matters. The world is burning, Loki said. The people are dead. The world is in ruins. I've won. I can see further than you, Loki. I can see what's going on at the World Tree, said Heimdall, his last words. The fire of Surt carved the World Tree, and two people have safely hidden in the Yggdrasil stump. The woman's name is Libu, and the man's name is Liptralazil. Their descendants will reperpetual Midgard. This isn't the end of the road for us. Nothing ever really ends. This is the end of one era and the start of another, Loki. As they say, you can't keep a good thing down. You've lost this time. Loki would have fired back with something cutting and mean-spirited. But his life had also come to an end. Along with his wit and his cruelty, he'd never speak again, not a word. On the frozen battlefield of the final battle, he would lie next to Heimdall, his body growing cold. Now Surt, the burning giant who had been there since the beginning of time, looked out over the plains covered in death and raised his flaming sword high. There was the sound of 1,000 forests instantly turning to fire. Sirtiuar's flames would reduce the world to ashes. The raging sea was turned to vapor. The last flames flared up furiously, shining brightly, and then finally went out. Black ash fell from the sky like snowflakes, drifting everywhere. By the time the sun had set, all that was left of Loki and Heimdall on the black earth was 2 piles of grey dust. Warning mist and smoke mixed together and rose. The armies of the living and the dead, the dreams of the gods, and the value of the warriors were reduced to ashes. And in due course, the rough sea will sweep across the land, sweeping away all the dust, and all that ever was will be forgotten beneath the sunless sky. This is how the world will end, in a cloud of dust and a flood of water, in darkness and ice. This is how the gods are gonna meet their end, and that's the end of the story. But then, something else happens after the end. From the grey sea, the green earth ray emerges. The sun has been devoured, but the sun's daughter will take her mother's place and shine in her mother's from a position. This new sun will be even more dazzling and fiery than the old one, with a young and fresh glow. The 2 survivors, Lieb and Lichtracer, will climb out of the giant ash tree that held the world together. They feed on the dew on the green earth and care for each other, which leads to the creation of the entire human race. Busgard is no more, but the plains of Ida Vior will take its place, stretching on and shining brightly. We'll also see Odin's sons, Theindir and Wali, in Ida Vior. Then Thor's sons, Modi and Mani, will be there too. Together, they carried Mjolnir, as now that Thor was gone, the brothers could only lift it together. Balder and Hod would come back from the underworld, and the 6 of them would sit in the glow of the new sun, chatting about the old days, remembering the old myths and what they would do differently if they had it to do all over again, to change this inevitable end. They'll chat about Fenrir, the giant wolf that ate the world, and the giant serpent of Midgard. They'll also remember Loki, who walked among the gods, but didn't really belong, saved them loads of times, but also brought about their downfall. And Baldur will say, "Hey, look at that." "What is it?" Mani asks. "There, something shiny in the grass. Can you see it? There it is again. Look, there's another one." They got down on their knees in the long grass to have a look for them, like kids. Mani, Thor's son, was the first to spot one in the grass. As soon as he did, he knew what it was. It was a golden chess piece, the kind the gods used to play with when they were alive. The tiny piece was a gold statue of Odin, the father of the gods, sitting on a high throne, the king. They looked for more pieces. They found Thor holding his hammer. They also found Heimdall blowing his horn. Frigg, Odin's wife, was the queen. Balder held up a gold figurine. "This looks like you," Modi told him. "It's me," Balder said. "It's me from a long time ago, before I died, when I was among the gods of Asgard." They would find the other pieces in the grass, some of which were aesthetically pleasing, while others were not. Loki and his monstrous children were half buried in the black soil. There were the frost giants too, and Surt, his face ablaze. Before long, they had all the pieces they needed for a game of chess. They arranged the pieces so that they looked like a chess match, the gods of Asgard on the board, facing their sworn enemies. It was a perfect afternoon, and the new sunlight shone on the golden chess pieces. Thanks for joining us on this relaxing journey. We hope you enjoyed today's sleep story. If you did, please like and subscribe to Dreamland Sleep Stories for more soothing stories. Thanks and have a great night.